Hey guys, Forsaken Reality here. In this video series, I'll be starting with integrating Tactical Shooter Kit's movement system into Survival Game Kit version 2. By the end of this video, you will have all the main features of Tactical Shooter Kit specific to movement using a single mesh and removing the first-person arms from the Survival Game Kit system. We'll also be adding in the recoil systems, redoing the aiming system, and a few others in this video. In a later video, we'll also go over optional features such as the bullet jams and any other features I might have missed throughout this video. But this video will also be the main bulk of the integration. The reason this video is a series is because I plan to integrate our other assets such as the climbing component, ladder climbing, prone system, medical system, and perhaps some other assets that could potentially make it better to create the ultimate survival starting base. So without further ado, let's begin with the integration. So the first thing you're going to want to do is migrate your files from Tactical Shooter Kit into Survival Game Kit. I created a project for Survival Game Kit in 5.4 and just migrated my files into that. I used the HT version of Tactical Shooter Kit for that. Once you do that, you'll want to start moving sockets over from the Survival Game Kit skeleton, the Tactical Shooter skeleton to the Survival Game Kit skeleton, and we'll also be setting up the virtual bones. Come into here, get the character mannequin meshes, open up the skeleton, and we can just come into here and hide our bone. And we'll grab the weapon socket and weapon socket, hold alt or control and get the knife socket, weapons socket, pistol, first person camera, and I believe that's what we'll need. Copy those sockets. Go to the Survival Game Kit skeleton. See if it's in here. And just right click the root and paste sockets. And now we can set up our virtual bones. So you want to come to the head here, right click, add virtual bone, and our first one will be to the hand bar. Name this weapon. Then we'll, from the weapon virtual bone, go to hand R again. So it goes from the head to the hand R, and then there's another one right there from VB weapon to the hand R. And we will rename this hand underscore. Add a virtual bone to the hand L. Hand underscore L for that one. Now they're going between each other like that. And one more we'll add to the head here, and it will also to the head. And this one will be camera underscore FP. We can save that. And so that's our virtual bones setup. And now we can just go back to our skeleton location and browse to it that way, which makes it a little easier. And we can delete this skeleton from Tactical Shooter. Make sure you replace the references. We get all of our animations and skeletons and stuff that we'll need, and or meshes and stuff that we'll need. And make sure you Survival Game Kit, place references. Okay. Save selected. And now we'll want to just fix up redirectors or update redirector references, referencers, change the name of the command in a recent version, I guess. And I'll pause while that does that. Alright, so if you get this pop up right here, you just click delete unreferenced redirectors, and you'll be fine. And save all, so that's all good anyway. Now we're going to open up our character blueprint and start setting up our character. Well, the camera specifically right now. What's to do with the camera? Removing a few things. We'll want to our viewport. And we'll just use our camera boom. And we'll set this to 0. And we'll also want to open up our blueprints, character, this character here. So we can go to our first person spring arm. Copy this location, paste it here, and we'll also want to attach our spring arm to our VB camera first person. And this will be minus 90 and 90. We will toggle off use pawn control rotation and toggle on inherit roll. And our third person. Yeah, we'll want to reset our socket offset 0. And that should be for this specific camera for now. We'll be doing some more settings here. So now we'll come into air. And it's gonna measure our rotation settings here are set properly. Good. Set this to 360. Everything else looks fine. All fine for now. Now I'm going to go to the mesh, and I'm just going to set our no head mesh for now. And we'll be removing this first person body. I guess we could just keep it. Right now I will remove it, and we'll add another skeletal mesh. Make sure it's not attached to that, so it'll be part of the capsule component. Or no, sorry, we'll want to drag that down onto our mesh. And we will call this head mesh. And this will just be used for hiding, for first person visibility. Allows you to have your animations work a little better. You can move your camera. And it'll only be invisible for you, but you can't actually see your head while you're in first person. And we'll set this to the head. go to our construct script. We will remove this down for now. Drag out set leader pose component. Our mesh leader and our head as the target. I'm actually going to go in 1/16 only, so by now I can will also save it if there's no issues. I will also remove this, rename this to just camera, not only the third person camera anymore. Find our first person body, find references by name, and we can just remove references to this. And for get mesh here, we will remove first person body, and then we will go to here, search for our character interface, mesh, and we will want to add a new one for primitive, and it will also be primitive component. We'll just call that head mesh. We can come back here now. Just remove this. First person arms aren't going to be a thing anymore. Our mesh and our head mesh. The only meshes we will have. And now we can finish removing instances of first person body. And for this, quick look. Copy here. Okay, yeah, we can just remove this whole thing. There. Go by name again. Just delete the first person body now. And we still have the first person arms. Delete those. Not referenced anymore. And in here we can just delete this, and our camera will always be this one. And our camera boom. believe we just everything in here is useless. By the looks of it. Yeah, I'm just gonna delete everything. We'll use all our own code. Delete the lean code in general. Our lean is better. And a couple things I forgot to do for the head mesh, I believe. Here you want to go into your head mesh and search shadow and toggle your hidden shadow. This will allow you to see the shadow for the head even while you're in first person and the head mesh is hidden. And now we can also, I believe we can remove this. Nope, first person camera. Don't need it. Let's, don't need it. And I believe now we can just delete it. Yep. Camera crouch. And for the crouch, we can just, for now, delete it, all that. Alright. Now we can add our player component from Tactical Shooter, which handles all of the movement code and everything else like that. The character. Let's quickly set up the crouch here. So we'll go trigger crouch. That will be triggered from delete. Crouch, scroll, pulse. Setting up the adjustable crouch is right. Also from there down to there. Now it will treat it. When you release the button. Now we will want to head into our player component, or our character component for survival game kit. So game kit, character component. And the first thing we will do is deal with the camera. So enter third person, enter first person is what we're going to want first. Keep this. Activate or deactivate thing. And here we this one of these, and we will be setting head to be to false, so that means you will be able to see your head third person. And we just that. Don't need to deal with patching anything. And shadow dummy don't exist no more. You want to get our character, and since we're only using one camera, we will just camera message third person. The spring arm, target arm length, that, and you can set that value to whatever you want your third person spring arm length to be. Set mine at 50. That's how far away from your character your spring arm will go to, so your camera will be. And socket offset. Set that to like 50, but you can set that to whatever you want. How far to the right your camera will be compared to your character. And if I want all of this here that we just added, so the code for hiding head and the length right here. And now we'll go to enter first person, and we can delete the activate deactive code here. This, delete as holdables. Paste this down here. Owner no. First person, you'll hide the head, and you'll bring our length back to 0 and the offset to 0. That finished up. And if you want, you can come into the camera view variable. You can also find it over here, camera view, and by default it's set to third person. You can set that to third. Big of a deal. Now we're just going to quickly head over to our player inventory and interaction path. I'm going to get this value and skip this because it's always going to be from the same camera now. We'll also skip it for here. We just remove this. I believe that's all we need to do there for the interaction. Close out of space. Now we'll go to our event graph, go to animation, and set up the site and grip transform stuff. We won't really need to use this quite yet until we get to setting up the weapon, but we're just going to quickly put this in here now because it won't really interfere with anything we're doing. Go on complete. First we're going to get our holding item. Call BPI get weapon data. Our range interface. And that our holding weapon for this master holdable doesn't have this set yet, but we will be setting that after. Type. And we will also check if the weapon data is valid. Type equals rifle. Type equals pistol. Or boolean. What equals either of these. You can click to create a branch. You can hold Control C and copy, hold it. API update site transform. Character, come on, and get the SGK character. And we API update grip transform. Only use the same character reference. Compile and save that. And that is updating out. That is updating. perform when the equip animation finishes. Now we're just gonna and head over to save all, and we will head over to our animation blueprint. This is the survival game kit animation blueprint. First thing I want to do is go in play for animation blueprint, animations for here, our animation blueprint. And for our event craft, and copy this initialize animation right here. This it in. We can delete that right there. These three variables. File and save. Now and now we want to back to our event graph, go to update. And we can just remove this turn in place graph right here. Don't think there. Yeah, first bodies. That. I think it's remove this reset curve in place. And create. And we are going to get our character reference, right click that, convert to a valid. We're going to first get our character reference, get component.class, player component, and here we will just create a roll to a variable for our player component. And we'll also get this here, convert to a valid get. And if the player component is not valid, we will get it from the character reference, which will be valid by this point. Edit. Next time this ticks, it will run through as valid. first thing we're going to want to do, input data. Copy that from over there, paste it here. Only set reference once to that. You can remove these two as they don't really need to be there. And create all these. We'll see that one. We don't need to create the is moving. I believe it already exists. Will all be used to control different things. Locomotion. There may be an update. Player component reference. Replace. We'll make sure to replace that if it just says player component. If you have the reference there, it won't automatically pick that up, so you'll need to make sure you use the correctly named one. In the future, this may be cleaned up a little bit more, so you might not need to actually create these variables. So when you paste this over, and it's just sending it into another structure without any variables, you can just kind of skip that part specifically. Now that's how it would work easily. There's those new variables using function. Now we're going to add our function from here. Actually, we'll get the state values and weapon input data first. We'll copy this, paste this. Picture player component reference. And to make it easier for the future, I'm just going to remove that. So just player component. Great. This. And you can just remove that. There's a little more setup I want to do. Be setting up some things for the equip state. So, item. We'll get held item. Valid. This is valid. Yeah, I get weapon data. Make sure it's from the range interface. Valid. Haven't quite set up yet, but we will. The data is valid. From our weapon data, we'll get the type. And we'll set our equipment state to the type in there. That is also our equipment state from our weapon data set in each weapon individually. and if it is not valid, set equip state confirmed. Like this. Right here, one. And from this is, oh, there is a held item, and it is not, doesn't have the range interface, meaning it's not a range weapon. And we will get our melee weapon data. And I'm just going to copy that and paste it there, make it a little cleaner. I'll click to break that. And we'll do the same thing down here, type. Alright, so for that we're going to want to make a quick adjustment. So we'll come into the shooter template. We'll search our PDA, melee weapon data, variable, all that type. Search for equipment, type. Incorrect one. Make sure it's the correct equipment type variable. So this here, this is Emacs, just set unarmed. Now we can set these to melee. We'll just set it by default to melee. The weapons are going to be melee. Whenever you create it, it will automatically set that. Now we can search for type. Type is valid. Equipment state. We'll set that to type that's melee. Finish the output there. So basically for setting types, come into the data asset for it, and type is right here. Same thing for melee. Be at the bottom now. Automatically set the melee. Need to adjust that. Now back to our update graph. We want to get our weapon data. Copy that. Paste there. Open this up. We need to make a few adjustments here. Held item. Not going to be getting our reference from the player component. And we only need one valid. Get the weapon data from valid. And we have a function right there we need to create, so I will create that function quickly first. So set idle anim. And we'll just go here. Open up this anim. Copy everything. That function. Paste it here. our weapon ref. Grip attack. Careful with the grip animation. And for the update, you can right click here, call weapon ref, which would be the reference sent in here. Just a local reference. And create this variable here. Delete that because it's delete. So this is this and I believe. Yep. I'll go back here. Create the variable for weapon data. Drag out our new set idle animation. Hold control to drag those down like that. If you want to do that. And hold control and drag that out and connect it to a weapon reference there. Delete. That's also create another variable just so it's cleaner. Now, if your held item is valid, we're going to break this for now. Not valid. This one will connect. If our weapon data is valid, we'll go over here and continue. Probably could disconnect, leave. Also just send into not here. I'm gonna create another record for that. Get our melee weapon data. So if the range weapon data is not valid, check for our melee weapon. And if that is valid, promote variable. That'll be our melee weapon data. Okay, so we'll go into our melee weapon data, add a new variable, idle anim, and we will set this to anim sequence. Move that up there, organization purposes. Now we can drag out and get our idle anim. And we'll also promote that to a variable. We'll have our idle. and we'll drag up into valid. And now finally we'll tag out from here. This will be for other holdables that aren't part of the melee or the range weapons, like the building blueprint or the flashlight, I believe. It does implement interface. Does object implement interface. Okay, holdable. Create a branch. And not have it not valid for the melee weapon or the range, then we'll check for this. Now we're going to create a new primary data asset to just store some holdable data. So go to blueprint class, all classes, search a primary data asset right here. PDA holdable item data. And here we'll want two variables for now. Idle anim and sequence, and we want type. Type. I want to make sure it's the tactical shooter kit's equipment. And for that, actually, we'll want to make one more adjustment to the equipment type. So we'll go in the shooter template, blueprints, data, or no items. I think we had it right the first time. So blueprints, data, enum, type. And we'll add one more type here. We'll call this holdable. And that'll just be for things like the flashlight and map or building plan, I mean. Things that are not melee or range weapons. And now that that's done, come back into our held item for our animation blueprint. And drag out here. We need to add one more thing here. In our game kit to our holdable, master holdable. And we'll add a variable, non-combat holdable data, holdable data. actually be a holdable item data. Now we'll be able to set the holdable end for different items like the flashlight stuff. Now we come back into our animation blueprint, and from here we can search non-combat hold data variable. Valid. So if there's any data set, is we will promote the variable non-combat holdable data. And if it's not valid, and from here we'll get our idle and copy that and paste it. Set our idle anim here. And for our equipment state, drag out type equipment state. Set our equipment state to holdable. And drag up and valid. I'm actually going to put hold control, or hold control and drag this back to the false. And if not combat holdable, that is false. We will just set up a default idle animation, so there's no data set by chance. We'll just set it to the idle axe animation by default. And now we want to set our equipment state to melee. And not. Building plan flashlight. Melee holdables and range holdables. The get weapon data is done. Back our update animation. First thing we're going to do is create our current place function. And turn in place. Then we'll come over to here and copy this whole thing. Don't need that. Everything but that red. Copy that. Control C. Go over. C. And we will plug that in. So create this variable. Any variable that says local, you want to make sure to create it as a local variable. From target here, we will drag in to turn in place. And we want to change this to pawn character ref. Here, local. Create variable. And place there. That's perfect. Now that the turn in place function's done, that out. Oops. Get our character reference, connect file. Next function is set horizontal walk offsets. Into that, copy it back over here, paste, next, create, done. Now we're going to add the weapon lean. Weapon leaning over weapon leaning, copy, paste. Create that variable. File. That one done. Next. Calculate spine rotation. Head over here. That's our calculate vertical rotation. I mean, by the way, spine, but it's the same. It is spine. You can just copy that. And rename that variable to vertical if you want. That. Create this variable. Back. Go. And the next one. Set input axes rotation. Input rotation. And here. Copy, paste. So 8. Leave that disconnected for now. Burbank graph again, or update graph. Make that new input application function. Next is set walk sway values. Copy all of this here. Actually, before we do that, we'll want to back over here. Calculate walk sway values. When this calculate walk sway values, be this function in now we have some variables to create. We'll be doing it by plugging them into here and calling them as local. So we're going to start by adding the variables here in the inputs. First one is a boolean smooth sway. Second is also a boolean invert smooth sway. Third is float. And there are floats, so we'll just create 6 of those. Walk, sway, roll. Inverted walk, sway, roll. Pitch. There's my started one down. I'm gonna drag that down. Inverted walk, sway, yeah. Need to replace these rules. Control E and copy and paste. Sway, roll. Sway, roll, inverted one. Walksway, build that one. Invert walksway. C. Delete the blank ones as pitch. And this one was there. Inverted walksway, yeah. That'll be there. I believe that's all the variables here. That walksway values. Now we can come in here. That walksway. That walksway value. We can copy this whole thing here. Here. Paste it. Walksway value. I want to create this. Create this and oh. Close out of a few of these. We can drag out and this one is going to be calculate walk curve. Will be used for setting your movement, creating procedural locomotion animations, depending on your movement speed. That. And we'll take a look through. Create these, that variable. These. File that. Update graph. That in. Next will be set leaning values. Here. Copy this whole thing. Paste it. Create indexing variables. These are different bones leaning. And now we'll go to it again, event graph. We go to holdables. Right here. Drag out of here, promote to a variable, and change this to actor. Second. Holdable actor. Great. Now we have the holdable actor. Whether holdable actor ref is valid. Not this valid, although is valid function. We're going to drag out the select mode. Also, we'll just set it to like default value of like 8 or something. This will be for like the camera rotation. By default, when you don't have a weapon held, this is just the default value. Set as high as low as you want. Or to a variable. And if there is a held item, it will get the data from the weapon data. Leaning done. Our page graph. Easier to just get into it again. And set leaning values. The next one is our set leaning collision. This is so you don't pop through walls. Your lean will usually readjust or adjust as you hit a wall, basically. Set leaning collision. See all that. Paste it. variable. Collision. Graph. Next is calculate head turning rotation, looking over your shoulder and stuff like that. Kind of like you can do in Daisy or Tarkov when you're running. Or well, exactly like that. That done. So once you create those variables. Next is the set weapon collision. Set weapon collision. This one, see everything here. Paste. We added a new one, so it made it a little longer. Create. 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 Just set this to 5 by default. That's how fast your arms will move when you're hitting collision. For holdable, you just use knife collision. A decent one-handed collision. Either that or grenade collision might work as well, or you can just create your own collision animation with the idle, but just bringing your arm up and down. That is collision done. Weapon collision. Update. Set weapon collision. Finally, set recoil. Recoil transform. That'll be the location and rotation setting. Transform node is used. This. Create final. Create node. Everything. Form. And then the reason the functions are like this is just because they have a compact node title, you can just remove that. And bam, it's back to a normal function. They still work the same basically. That is all the functions in here. Everything's set up for the update animation. update site in here. Back to here. Everything here in the yellow. Control C to copy it. Do with thick. How this site cycles fast between different sites. Previous now we'll come over to the recoil and the grip transform. Create this variable. Pause there for a moment. We'll be updating, now that we have all this created, we'll be updating our anim graph. We'll be removing most of this because I'll be setting up my own layering system. And it'll make it easier to update the blueprint and stuff later on when I set up my own layer system. It'll be happening fairly soon. And any future updates to the system will just make it a lot easier to deal with most of this. I don't really like the setup for most of it. I'm just gonna pick my only kept this in here. That disconnected down. Here. Copy it. Paste it. We don't have to mess around with adjusting all of our bodies. Copy this and paste. For body post. For body. Oh, copy this again and paste it. Guess you could paste another one. We'll get all those without having to go in and adjust them. We'll also want one more right here. That'll be body. Bunch of errors, no problem. For this one, I want to place is an error with is jumping. Also, and we'll also in the equipment states, copy that and paste it. Not equal enum. We'll go to holdable. A few more errors, a lot of is jumping replacements we need to make, I believe. Create these name and the name either. L2 2. Here, right here, holdable. Copy to mailing. Hash. Holdable. And we'll add the unnamed site modification. And finally over. So it has way values with it. Final up those. And check these to make sure everything is go. Okay, now we'll go through the errors here. I'm gonna go down and click these, swap them out with the is jumping bool. Take a little bit to get all of them here. Me too, yeah. Possibly. Okay, that's all of those. Close all the tabs. Too much stuff open here. Now we are finished in the item. Now I want to go back to file that. I want to go to our master. And we're going to set up our movement. We'll have the input graph in here, the master character, and start going through. Forward input. Forward input. I want this stuff right here. Take this whole block for now. Bring it over. We'll paste it in. This is for our forward and backward movement. So we will set forward up first. Move that. Base here. Go in. The back will be movement input. More. Okay. And we're going to call the enhanced input action value forward input. scale. We will also plug it here for these two. And they're updated for input. Inventory adds the input, sets the axes value, so it gets sent to the animation blueprint. Next, backward. And we're going to basically the same thing. Minor differences. First off, this and put this, that. Don't need to check at the forward axis value. It'll be either 1 or minus, depending on your direction. Side step or step out, so instead of leaning, you can take a further step out. Backwards input. And you also want to on completed set the value. And the same thing with forward. You also want to reset the sprint check. And the sprint check here is used for determine if you have the forward button pressed, it will only allow you to go forward, forward left, or forward right. It'll automatically enable and disable depending on if you have sprint pressed. As you press and release those buttons, move in different directions. Next, the right. Go. Or move left, right from there. Grab this from here for move right input. Character. And plug this false. Not blocked. can actually do the right act. Connect that in. And that's the right. Done. The player component. Left, right. Set. We just copy this up here, paste. Delete. Left axis minus 1. Still there. I think we actually did that. It took a second to re-add it. I'll let you guys. Input. And we can delete. And turn. Down from player component. There we go. That's the look input. And we'll do the jumping now quickly. Drag that. Drag it down. Over here. Find our jump. Paste. Move that jumping. Jump up there. for the jumping addition right here. There'll also be a jump start and jump end after. I guess we can do that. I think there's one already in here, at least. Maybe not. Do our event graph. Click. Jumped. I guess we'll delete that. Come over to here. Grab both of them. Delete that. There we have something unlanded. But we'll want to set up our controller rough. So we'll go back to event graph, begin play. Right here on the possession. Test. Your controller ref. Place these. That done. The jumping finished up now. I'm gonna go out, browse the SGK character and go to the SGK controller and look for the player camera manager and set it to BP camera manager. And now we'll want to go to our event graph per frame. Just remove that stuff there. Now we'll set up the sprinting and stamina stuff. Input. to remove server sprint key. I'm going to call this. Copy and paste it. And call sprint. True. And we can remove one. Move his sprint key down. Just copy this and paste it. Toggle off sprint. Okay, one more. Copy this and paste. Left shift button pressed. Shift pressed. Set. And paste that down there. Target. 2. Screw up there. False. That's sprint. They're done. Still are going to be a lot of stamina issues. Character movement. I'll set this to 600 here. And we'll want to go into sprint event here. And hold B and click to create a break. Forward axis value greater than 0. In addition, check the needed probably game kit specifically for determining if you're going forward or not. We'll go. And that's that. And that's the sprint there. So some stamina stuff we'll need to do in the player component. Come into our player component here, which is found in the components of the dead pixel shooter template blueprints components, player component. And we are going to search for stamina movement. Or actually, I'll just search the functions. Stamina drain. through a couple of things. Alright, so we'll want to make some adjustments to the HUD here. So we want to adjust the Bravo game kit stamina bar. So from here we'll want to get our character component by class. Player inventory. Character component. Back character component. Player inventory. Player HUD. EP stamina. State float. And here we'll hold control. Here it's random. This and that. And we copy all this. Remove from stamina. Paste that. We'll just make that. There we go. Bars are being should update now for a survival game kit when you're sprinting. Okay, so there was a couple things I missed in the animation blueprint that I'm going to quickly add now. Go into your animation blueprint and go to your weapon data, find your weapon data variable. If you don't have it on your screen, you can find it like this. And you're just going to set a default variable there. And set it to like the SG something. Not that it'll use it, but just so it's defaulted. Also, we'll just connect that. And if you didn't add it earlier, we'll want to add our spine rotation. And now we should have most of it set up good. Or unarmed at least. And I'll do that after. Actually, I can do that now. Jumping. jump. You'll get that error and you'll come to this remove input stamina. We're just gonna go to our remove from stamina function. Do this. Back. Stamina. Like that. Jumping issue. Now that this is finished, we'll on the crouch scroll. The adjustable crouching. In the inputs. Crouching. And we'll create a couple new inputs. Log input, it, and this. I'll just duplicate one of these inputs. Split. Crouch scroll input. Open that up there. I'm going to do SGK character inputs. Add a new mapping. Down to the new one. Our crouch scroll input. A little annoying because it constantly scrolls up at all the time. And we plus here to add another one. Up and down. And for this, mouse wheel up, mouse wheel down. And we'll add a trigger for pressed and another trigger for pressed. And we'll add a couple modifiers. One for scalar. The float is in positive value, and negate, so it moves in the opposite direction. And that's all our new input. From here, check value equals 1. Select. And we're going to crouch scroll. So that if it doesn't equal 1, it down, mean you're moving down. And it does Now if you click play, hold control, roll through your crouch, we'll have some errors with the HUD. So to fix this, first we want to go into our computer template, blueprints, widgets, in-game, up to the HUD, and we'll grab these three things, copy them, Control C the copy, and then we'll want to go into Travel Game, Crit, Blueprints, Widgets, I think it's the inventory widget looking for. Right here, inventory HUD. You just hit Control V to paste those in. Realign them. And I'm just gonna put them over here, like some this. This won't be out there, so it would be technically only visible. It would be on the screen, but when you open up your inventory, it would be behind it basically. We have these in here, and they have their variables set to them. Close that. Go. Actually, we'll need to open this again. See if we need to from over here. Actually, no, we do not. We're actually good. Out of those. Play again and jump to get that error. Or crouch scroll to get that error. Then we're gonna get a character reference. Ladder component by class. Character component. Player inventory. Player HUD. And valid pick. And we'll get our crouch slider from Copy there. Is that crouch height? Reconnect that one. Copy this. Paste that. Like that. Find this one over here. The reset crouch height for it. Reset that up there. And so we don't have to for speed scroll. Print slider, set slider value. The value of that, holding control and dragging it. Print slider value is done. When we set that up, just to test it out. Crouch one. And I'll also fix that random piece of your head that you can see right there. It should be hidden, which we'll be hiding that later. So as quickly we actually went through and figured out what the issue was with the cameras. So you can, I'm going to set this to first person by default, and then enter third person connected. So you didn't connect that, you want to do that. Now you won't work. Alright, so I found out that there was an update for Survival Game Kit between when I did my integration and started this recording. So I did a little bit of debugging, and we're going to fix up those issues quickly. So the first thing we want to do is In Survival Game Kit, open up our character component. And in here we want to go to the camera and enter first person and third person. And we're just going to right click and search for client new equipment. Like that there. Copy that. Go to enter third person. There. File that. And then we're going to search for the notify spawn holdable. And there was a change here. It was originally third person body, I believe. Yep. And now it's first person arm, so this is going to cause issues attaching weapons. So you want to change this to third person body. And close this out again. And the next thing we want to do is open up our animation blueprint. It's the third person anim blueprint. And in here we're going to want to come to our update graph. And in get state values, we're going to want to connect this to the output pin. And in get weapon data, we're going to want to set this to unarmed and this to none. Pile and save that, and that'll fix those issues. Now before we start setting up our weapon, we want to make a couple of adjustments in our player component. So we can go here and search for player component from that Pixel Labs folder. And we can open up this macro for get anim BP. And we're going to need to switch the anim BP here to the one that we're using, which in this case is the third person anim BP. And we're going to want to switch this to third person blueprint. And we can wait for that for a second. And that'll cause a few errors, so we can just hold control and drag this up here. Delete this one. Now we can connect this, drag this one. Before we do that, outputs, we're going to also third person animation loop right here. That. File. For this one, I'm just going to delete that variable, copy and paste. The first thing I'm going to do is come here And for this pin in the onRep form, drag out and go update site. Not this one. No. Update site form. Doing is connect these pins up, holding control to drag them. And we can delete that. Compile. Still an error in here. But we'll work our way through them. Why this one is an error right now. Okay, we'll just leave that alone for now and come back to it. I'm gonna just do with. Alright, so I'm not too sure why this is doing this time, but we can also just drag out and promote it to a variable. We'll just call it PRAS. Just want to name it a little different. That one for now. Connect that. This. And we'll just search for random BP. We'll remove that. And connect that. And now we come over to hold control tag that. Hold control. Update recoil. This could be potentially why there was that error, because it's still connected over here and I never changed it to the new one. Delete this, connect target, scroll and drag that down, delete this. Compile, hold control and drag. Gotta call this one to update transform. And there's those errors fixed. And I'm pretty sure we can actually take this one right here and just hit the delete button. Go to where that referenced. And you can you can delete that and just go through where it's probably only referenced in the character that we're not going to use anyway. Fine. That how they get rid of the errors. You can also just delete this whole function, so it's not really going to be in use. Really part of a cleanup, I guess. So that's the inventory stuff that we won't need removed for tactical shoot. And now we will begin on the weapon code. When we need blueprints, holdables, and the map range. And the first thing we're going to want to do in here is create a variable for the tactical shooter kit data. I'm just going to call it weapon data underscore TSK, so we know it's for tactical shooter kits, from tactical shooter kits specifically. Okay. Range weapon data. Now that we have that set, we're going to want to add the new interface. With the range weapon interface. And we want to go for DPI get weapon data, and we're going to connect weapon data here. We can call that when we need to, and we want a BPI get hash. And for that, we're going to drag down our skeletal mesh like that. And now we're going to create a map. It's going to be NMBP move that down, just get NMBP. Just asks to third person animation blueprint, and from connect in we'll search for SGK character mesh, get the anim instance from the mesh, and allow us to access our animation. Plug in this S. NMBP ref failed access. And that's all we'll need for this right here. I just noticed that when I went to debug that stuff, I've missed a few of the input setups, so I'm just going to go back and finish setting that up before we continue with the weapon. Our speed scrolling, our leaning, and our step out we're missing, and a few other things for free look and our left and right mouse. So we'll go back to player component. We'll also need the SGK master character. And let's and we'll also want to go to our input. So let's go here. First we'll open up this and we'll just duplicate this crouch scroll and we will call it scroll speed input. We don't need to add a new one here. Search for the scroll speed input. We'll also add another. We'll want 2 inputs. Keeps some weird stuff there like that. This we want mouse wheel up, mouse wheel down, add 1 trigger. That'll be trigger here, and that'll also be modifier, the scalar will be in gate. Now we can hit back here and move it. So I can put the sprint stuff here. And so scroll speed, the input graded. Drag out of here equals 1. From the player component, search speed scroll. And we'll drag out some type in select. Plug that into the and false will have down, so if it doesn't equal 1, scrolling the direction will be down, and if it does equal 1, we're scrolling up. And just the yes, we are slider value. Double check that. Where is there? Now that we have that done, we'll deal with the leaning inputs. Drag that out a little bit. Now we're going to look for our leaning inputs. just remove this. I'm going to drag the leaning down here so we have some more room. Also remove 2 of these. Layer component. Left lean press. Copy and paste that. Toggle the top one true. And copy and paste this. Search for lean. -1. Delete. We will want to components, lean direction. It equals enum. Right lean press. I got a false. Lean. Will be false. Will be right. This is just so if you're already leaning in one direction and you press the other button, it will allow you to switch to the other lean. This will prevent the reset of the right lean. Don't want it to reset. And that's and now for right lean. We're gonna search here. Right lean press. And that, copy that, paste. Set to true. Component. The value to 1. Before we do this, your player component lean direction equals enum. I'm just gonna move this a little. And left. Lean press. I want to make sure that's on the false. Copy that one. Lean. Copy that one more time. Lean and that. Put this one to the left. -1. 2. Here. Set your value to 1 here. I almost missed that. Meaning finish. Now we'll add the lean scroll adjustment so you can use your mouse wheel to lean to the left or slightly. So we'll over to this folder. Duplicate the crouch scroll and name that to scroll lean input. And then into our character inputs. And look for our scroll lean input. Plus here to add one more of these. That's mouse wheel up and down. Mouse wheel down. And the modifier for the scalar, PRAS. Add 1, 2. PRAS. Gate. And we'll come in here and search for the scroll lean input. Just made player component lean scroll. Drag out, select. And we'll check if this equals 1 to the index. False for moving down, it's true for moving up. And that'll be our lean scroll direction. And now we'll work on the sidestepping input. We'll duplicate the scrolling. Step out input. Double check. Okay, yep. Axes will be. Add a mapping. Step out input. And we'll want 2 inputs for that. Those inputs will be Q and E. And for this, I have 2 triggers. 1 array element modifier. Scalar. Gate. PRAS. Beast. PRAS. Release. And we'll search step out input. Our player component. Search step out. Triggers. Get select node for the enum. And we'll check if value equals 1. Does we're left and going right. So we'll want complete. We'll just copy these 2 nodes right here. Paste them. This is none. I'll reset that. Complete. That's a side step input or step out input. Stuff like that. Alright, so that's the step out input. Okay, now we're going to want to hop over to our player component. And we'll want to go to graphic movement. And in here, I'll search for step out input check. We'll add. This will check if left alt and Q and E is pressed to prevent overlapping inputs. And for lean scroll, also want this check. And we'll want to left alt is input down, left alt left alt false speed scroll. Now we'll look into setting up the free look, which will be basically looking over your shoulder, which will require sprinting and things like that, kind of like Daisy or Tarkov. So the first thing we're going to do is go into setups here for our input. Roll up to the add a new thing. For that, browse the asset like this. And crouch input. That free look input. Back here and search for the free look input. Add another one. Actually, we only need one for that. Want two inputs. Best. Save that. Our character. For that, we'll want to go into our character for tactical shooter kit. In this folder, if you don't already have it open. And if I have and we're going to copy this set point rotation, that in here for now, and we'll want to set our arm camera boom here like that. And now we can do our duplicate character, go to input character. And we can just hold control and click and select that. Control C to copy. Over here. Inputs. Paste this down here. And for free look, trigger. look input. And we're also going to want to put at the key. I'm going to use the middle mouse button. Also forgot to do that. Now we'll look into our mouse inputs. These are already created, so first I'll left mouse. And from here we'll get our character component. And we'll check if that's valid. Get aiming. You're not holding weapon. Select the left mouse. And we'll want to come into the left mouse release here. We're now component. And there's a few things we're not going to need for because we're using style game kits. So let's remove the style thing. Style game kit has their grenade. And we can remove the left mouse pressed. Right mouse button. Good. And now we can set up the right mouse button. This is basically used for melee. We're down here. Player component. Right mouse button pressed. And right mouse button released. I want to open up right mouse button PRAS and come into the aim event. Right here we can move this. And now And now we can head back and finish setting up our weapon. And the first thing we're going to do is going to open up the other master weapon, not for tactical shooter. A few things from the range weapon. And name a little bit just so I can tell on power a little better. And the first thing we're going to deal with our sight set. Function at distance to sight is the first one we're going to grab. Copy all of this. Master range weapon for survival game kit. Create the function. Make sure to set to pure. Paste everything in here. This site data. Search for SGK character. Paste. And I believe we search for site. And we'll need the attachment in our attachment. We'll head over. Attachment. And we'll also want to sharing at the attachment. And I'm also going to name these that so it makes it a little easier to tell them apart. And in here we want first add the attachment interface. And we're going to add a variable attachment data underscore TSK. And we're going to start PDA attachments. And we're also tactical shooter kit master. Copy all this. Copy everything. That event there. Create this here. Then it can play after this. We're gonna search, set up the create endpoints like that. I'm gonna go into our interface. Get attachment data. And set the data like that. And now we're good to go back to our weapon for Bravo game kit. And we can just get our tap, connect that. And get weapon. Yes. Okay. Connect that. Hit compile, and errors are gone. Now we'll create the function set site transform. And we'll input boolean between sites. That site form right here. Attachment. And back to the weapon. Okay, first we're going to create this variable. And this variable. SGK character for this and replace this character reference. Let me just form. This variable. SGK character. Drag this up and connect it to site data. Everything for that. Now I want another function. Check attachment for aim sockets. head over game sockets, all of this. Paste that in. Create the variable. Going through to make sure everything's set up correctly. And for this right here, we want to search for master attachment, not tactical shooter. Make sure it's for survival game. And we'll create this local variable. Make sure you right click and click local. And we'll write this local game size. This cast needs to be changed. Master attachment. Make sure right click convert appear. And then we'll get attached game points. And now we can valid remove. Create this variable. Create this variable. And replace the weapon data variable here, weapon data TSK. And that should be that for checking all the meshes for AimSock. Okay, so I'm just going to do a quick test, see if there'll still be some issues like the left hand. The animation should start, and aiming isn't set up fully yet. We still need to actually activate the set socket sight transforms. But we should hold our weapon after setting it just a random data asset. Things are obviously a little off when you aim, but we have some movement and we can hold the gun. Ways are once we set up our data assets for those weapons, we'll be able to adjust those. I'm just gonna clear that. And the next thing we're gonna want to do is create a new function, update active site index. In here, go here and grab that, everything in here. Paste that in this one. New function. Compile, that's function finished. And now we will head back to our event graph. here we want to do our tactical shooter event graph as well. And we can grab both of these events right here, I believe. Paste these over here. Right. And we already have so this. Valid. And good to go here. Now in play, and in here we want to set up a delay until next tick. Check attachment for aim sockets. Let's call the site trend. Plug in the SGK character. And once we do that, we want to add some sockets to our meshes. So we want to come into here, meshes, skeletal. First we'll open the door. And on information socket. We'll add aim socket. We'll add another socket. Left and socket underscore socket. And there's some rotation issues with the, not issues, but the offsets are slightly off. So we could either just set this to -90, which will adjust that, or you can come into asset details, and I believe it's the import setting, transform. Set the transform to -90 there, and you can re-import the mesh and we'll adjust that. But I'm just gonna do this since it's a little faster for now. Details -90. I'm just gonna copy the values that I have to make it a little faster so you can put these values in for you. The aim socket will be there. For the left hand socket. Those values in. Pause the video if you need to. And that'll help. Paste this in. Well, you can copy those values in manually. And those two sockets. Head over to the shotgun. Main, add a aim socket. This one's also 90 degrees off, so you can re-import that. The rotation adjustment. Use values in. And for the left hand, could also remove these two sockets. The rotation E4. And now we'll move the pistol. Grab the pistol. Don't need the name here. Socket. It's like those adjusted. The socket. Next, we'll also want to add it to the, so if you have any sites or any other meshes you want to have a site attached to, look for those. Red dot site. A socket. And we'll copy and paste the rotation. Don't have the note that down. Obviously you can't copy it, but want to set there. And that's it for the game sockets. If you have any other meshes or sites or you want to add them to, save everything. Also gonna fix redirectors just in case. Oh, they're all good though by the looks of it. Now we're going to head into reference items, and for each of these, get attachment mesh like this. And we'll go through every attachment and do the same thing. Since the attachment mesh is not set on the master class, how we have this. One. will create some data assets for the other guns. Template blueprints. And I'm just going to duplicate this for now. Duplicate one more time. Shotgun, and for the pistol, I'll duplicate the pistol. Or actually, I won't duplicate the pistol, we'll just use the pistol. Just that. I'm going to go to my master range weapon and browse the folder for Bravo Game Kit. And I'm just going to open up this M4, this to that asset M4. Shotgun. Cool. Close back those. And we should be able to just test now. And our aiming is working. Zoom, we're going to fix that after. I don't think this head adjustment will fit. We attach an attachment. It's still go there, so now we'll fix that. We want to go into our master range weapon. Now we will head into here. We'll add delay. One. From here we will head up. Cycle sites. And also here. Total site as attachments are being added and removed. And just retest. We'll see. Okay, 1 second. Alright, so this is an easy. I want to go to cycle sites. This to 0. And now it's our dot slate on. Now set to that one. But yeah, obviously the left hand's there, not showing connected, so we'll need to set that up. Now we'll set up the transform. The left hand transform. That grip transform. We're going to master range weapon. Everything in here. Paste it here. And we're going to put an input. It's going to be our master attachment from Survival Game Kit. We'll set that to attachment. That is valid. Get that there. Move that. And we'll get attachment type equals grip. Is a front grip. Just that. And replace this for the mesh. This variable. Place this right here. That transform done for, I believe. And we're going to come back to our event graph. Grab two of these events. Paste them over here. Move that like that now. The BPI events from tactical shooter. Now that that's done, go into our that grip transform. We also want to go to Recoil. We want grip transform. Delay until next tick. Tick attachments for aim socket. They transform. transform. Attachment is that grip transform and into being added in there. Just copy this and paste that. There, like so. I believe I already. Now we're also going to want to go into our character component for survival game kit and look for animation, the animation function, or I guess the event. Down here to the bottom. I guess we set that up earlier when we were going through. I didn't realize I'd done that. Really forgot. If you didn't, that's where it would be. We need. And now if we test. Our left hand is attached to our gun properly. Now we will set up the aim wobble. Want to come in. Grab 3 of these here. Variable. This function. Copy that. Set aim wobble. Add a few. All before. Once total. And once you finish making these, either delete these and recall the variables. It'll allow you to call them, or I'm just going to quickly plug them in, save a little bit. create this. Now here being set. Refresh those nodes. And there's copy these two. This one. Then I have all DPI events for those. To our player component. Different components. And in here for two. In the weapon graph, aiming, get character ref, component by class, and we'll get our character component, holding item, place the current weapon there. These three nodes. Do the same down there. Back to our event graph. And for holding breath. Here it is. Paste this in there. And we'll also want here. Up here. And we can go back to our inputs. Duplicate the crouch. That'll be the whole breath input. Here. Add a new mapping. And from here, hold breath. And I'll just set that to left alt. You can adjust these inputs, whatever you these. And then we'll get our whole breath input. Suitable for your whole breath. And then on complete your stop holding. That's finished. Now we'll work on setting up the called set recoil. Or first we'll do calculate recoil reduction. Copy everything at this function. Duplicate recoil reduction and paste it in. That's right to the bottom when it goes to the top there. For this function, name the recoil reduction and recoil axis. And we'll want the set recoil function. See all that in there. Set recoil. Create all of these. Reference. Create all these. And calculate recoil reduction. Set it to. This should all be a error function. Named one down here. Add recoil reduction and add recoil reduction and see all that. Paste all this in here. this. Change that to factor. Our attachment ref. Values graded. Well, for this, we'll need remove recoil action event. That over here. Change this to actor. Our attachment ref, and we'll also want a valid check here. Shooter kit, weapon, grab this top recoil, copy that, our bank graph and this survival game kit weapon, paste that in, SG here, that one. That done. We'll want to head into shooting and shooting graph here. And right here. After this, we want to stop the recoil. We want to set recoil here. Here. And from this, we want to stop recoil from the is the ammo greater than 0 in the third weapon loop. about that. I was just looking into everything to make sure it was all set up correctly. And that is everything for the recoil, I believe. Now we'll begin on setting up some of the melee weapons so they're working with this again. Search for master melee or an item. First thing is we're just gonna do this. Create a new variable. For melee weapon data. Search PDA and get the PDA melee weapon data. Type variable. Alright, so we have the type already created in there. Good. Next, we want to go to our PDA melee weapon in the weapon data. And oh, the idle animation added too. That a little earlier. And now we're going to duplicate this knife or axe. Hammer. Pickaxe. Actually, make the hammer axe. Knife. Go for set the idle animation. And you can rename it. Same thing for I believe it's just the same animation. And now we can go to Survival Game Kit, items, open up the knife. X, X, save those. Test this. So we're going to want to add the melee weapon base. You just go to your master melee weapon. And setting add interface. Update data set. Pending print. Nations. Adjustments need to be made to the melee section of the anim blueprint. Alright, so go to our animation blueprint, our anim graph. And go to melee locomotion, idle. And for here, poses. I'm going to get idle in. Then we're going to copy this and move over to the running. And plug right. The blend poses 1, 0. Now there we go. There, nice. Okay. So we'll want to go into our knife data asset and set our and now we'll set up the other hold. So the first thing we're going to want to do, get a new primary data asset. EDA holdable item data. This would be for, you realize it was, yeah, we'll want that with these two. Guess I got ahead of myself at one point. There. Also. Now that we have that done, we can go to miscellaneous. A holdable select. Blueprint. Flashlight. Hammer. And just a building plan. And I'm gonna go title axe for this one. Same thing for this one. And the flashlight. Best. And the anim blue ready for this. Actually, I think I need to actually set the, got to set the data assets in the blueprints. Check anyway since. Yeah. So, drop game kit, blueprint, building plan, non-comp plan. Set it. So it'll be used for melee as well. Let's see if things are stuck. Always forget them in the book bag. Right. And there. And check this. Okay. Use. Okay, it's just some adjustments for the aiming, I believe. And we want to go into our master range weapon. Search for int a client secondary action, and on false client exit. And we'll want to go to the character component. Found right. Bravo Game Kit version 2. Camera. Camera movement shake. And we already disabled it, but if you don't have this, you want to unplug and make sure this is disabled. You can just delete this. You can delete the whole thing if you want to. More. You'll need to also go to where any error is caused and delete it, and basically just remove it, and you send the pin on to the next one. And I believe that is everything for this video. It's been a pretty long one. There will be some other videos, like I said at the beginning, for other integrations, some things I may have missed for this one, and additional features that I will be adding. But you should have everything that's universal, nothing that you won't need custom animations or things like that made for so you can add your own weapons. Other than the setting up the sight sockets and the left hand socket, adding weapons is the same as you would in Survival Game Kit. We haven't touched the inventory or nothing like that, so you should be good on that front as well. Following the guides for Survival Game Kit, adding weapons and just adding the sight sockets and left hand sockets on the main weapons needed. Yeah, everything should be good to go. If you need any other help or you have any questions or suggestions, feel free to hop in our Discord and let us know. And don't forget to like and subscribe if this video helped you out. Thank you. Good one.